How's it going, fellas? Let's see, we got Doom 591 in here. Welcome, buddy. Jose Ferreira. Nick, it's been a while, buddy. I'm glad to have you back in here with me. And that's about it so far, it looks like. Guys, welcome to the stream. Basically, all I'm doing today is I'm going to go ahead and upgrade this thing to Opto Tap. I decided I really been having a little problems with the I guess you could call it the UnTap. We'll get into it here in a little bit once I start tearing all this apart, and we'll have a look. I already pretty much got in here off stream, put all the heat set inserts in, some of the parts. Went ahead and got the optical sensor put in. I opted to go with the 24 volts. I don't know if you can see in there. I went ahead and I didn't splice the wire. I actually added a little solder blob to it too as well, just to make sure we got a good connection. So we're going to run 24 volts on this one. This is the Opto Tap version 2.4.1. We're also going with the 4 magnets on this one instead of the screws. So, and I've done kind of pieced all this stuff together off stream. This is the RC8 version of the tap. So you use 4 magnets, and it actually has some added 50mm screws that go through here, go through this tap body to kind of add for some reinforcement there. So we went ahead and we also have some belt clip retainers that go on this thing as well. So that's pretty neat. So in order to make putting this thing on here real easy, I tried to go ahead and get as much of this stuff put together as I could. I'm going to have to get the linear rail off this thing, and I'm also going to put a different carriage on it, because the carriage that I used for this one, I think it was one of them preloaded carriages, if I'm not mistaken. And I actually had a carriage from my old MGN9 rail that I pulled off the ender wire, and I noticed this one is a little bit more freer, so we're gonna put that on there too, on this rail, and hopefully this will resolve some of the issues that I've been having with the probe accuracy. The UnTap version worked out really well to start with. We got it all set up. I'm sure some of you guys seen it, and it worked. It run fine for probably about 2 or 3 weeks in here, and then all of a sudden it just started acting really weird on me. I didn't change nothing in the firmware or anything like that. I really don't know what happened with it, but that's pretty much where we're at. I got everything tore apart. I'll go through, I guess I'll show you guys some of the revision of RC8. I don't know if any of y'all have seen it, but I'll pull up the manual. That way you guys can just kind of have a look at some of the differences in it. And I think switching this over is going to be kind of easy for me. Really all I need to do is just build me a little, let's see, spin this thing around. I probably have to just build me out a little wiring harness to be able to wire it up from the Opto Tap PCB and just wire it into the port right here that we'd normally wire our Omron probe into, or any other probe of that nature. And I'm just going to have to move one wire back here that I was using for the signal pin wire up to the actual Omron probe wire. And I'm hoping that's as easy as it's going to be. I may not even have to go down and underneath and mess with the board or anything like that. I hope yours resolves your issues. You've had that same revision already printed and ready to try. Awesome, Jose. Yeah, I'm gonna test it out. Yeah, like I said, I was having a hard time finding the optical sensors and stuff whenever I decided to go with tap to build this printer. And I mean, it was a new thing, and there's a lot of people buying it and trying it out, so it was kind of hard. It was unavailable. I actually found this one right here on DFH and ordered it, like, I think at the end of or beginning of last week. But as far as like documentation and stuff like that, I'd say KB3D has the best wiki on it. We'll get into that too. I'll show that to you guys. I didn't see nothing on DFH. I mean, maybe I'm just looking at their site wrong or something like that. But you can't really follow the actual Voron tap manual because it's a little different. I'll show you guys. Let me switch the scene over. I'll show you what I've been looking at here. So pretty much right. Let's see. Switch scene 2. So pretty much this is where I'm at as far as in the assembly. So I need to get this old rail right here off the old tab. We'll finish disassembling that, and then we'll probably be ready to start putting it all back together, which is a good thing. But basically, the manual that we have is similar or the same to the old manual. The only differences are, let's see, let's pull this up. We're going to get some M3x12 and M3x16s to attach the rail on the bottom. It'll still keep the, I think it's M3x6 on the top of the rail. And of course you got these M3x50 millimeter screws that go through it to stiffen up the body. And then you got these belt retainers here, so that's pretty nice. And they also done a few changes here and there. I think it had to do with some angles or something like that. I printed all my parts for this tab on the ender wire, open air, ABS. They're all in ABS. It done really well, so no complaints there. And they seem like they're really accurate. So I'd say that the ender wire is dialed in really good. And right here, so let's switch over here. And this is a KB3D site, and I was just having a look at their wiki. I already had it open over here. Close that. So here's their wiki, and we're going to hook it up to the 24 volt probe sensor there, and it should be fine. And let's see where probably doesn't close. Oh no, right here. No. See, I'm getting all lost now. Let me punch this in right here. Opto. Yep, there we go. So they're out of stock of these right now, but I was using their wiki kind of as a guide to help me out with my stealth burner toolhead PCB. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Having a look at that. So we just need to get all this stuff taken apart, and we'll see how she does. Hopefully it'll work really well for us. Hey, there's Nuno Vicente. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Welcome. Looks like we got a few guys in here. Just came to say hi, going out for dinner. See you guys later. Well, I'm glad you stopped in to say hi, Nuno. Hey, I want to show you guys something, and before you step out, hopefully you ain't lit. So check out this fella. I see him on Build It Basement streams a lot of times. His name, Build It Basement calls him Woody, but UOSD Wish Boom, I think. He created the Poor Boy Channel calibration cube. It's got a little drone on the side. He made that for me. And we printed that on the ender wire. It's pretty neat. I was ecstatic when I seen that. Yeah, you have a great evening, Nuno. I hope you enjoy yourself. We just pretty much married my nephew yesterday, so that was one of the reasons why I didn't get on here and stream yesterday. Yeah, it's a nice one. It's cool too. Like I said, I didn't ask him to do it. He just kind of did it out of the kindness of his heart. I thought that was really awesome. It made my day to come home from work Friday, and Build It Basement had reached out to me and was letting me know about it. Couldn't have been happier to see that. Man, Build It Basement, he converted it over to an STL file for me, so I was able to 3D print it because it came as a 3DF file or something like that. And I don't have SolidWorks, so I wasn't able to convert it over. You've seen the post. I have to print one for sure. Yeah, I want to ask him if he. I mean, I'm sure he probably wouldn't mind, but I'm thinking maybe I could just probably drop the STL in a description or something. And you guys, if y'all would like to try it out, download it and print it. But I want to make sure he's okay with me doing that. But heck yeah! All right, so basically, I'm just gonna pull up the manual real quick and see where I'm at. Let's see here. Yep. So I need to get this old tap and all this stuff off of here. That's pretty much where I'm at. Hey, we'll see you later, Nino. You have a good one, buddy. Yeah, so I'm gonna kind of spin this back around just a little bit. That way I can get to it a little easier. I took the Lazy Susan down. Might have should have left it up. The thing is, it was really heavy on this desk. With that big old heavy chunk of granite on here. Try to get you guys a good view here. So let's see. I need to take apart. I'm just going to go ahead and disconnect this stuff up top here. As far as the 14-pin connector, because I'm gonna have to do something with it. And this feels like there's something loose in here too as well. So I might have something broke. That might be part of my problems. We're gonna get to the bottom of all of it, and we're gonna replace it all. And hopefully it'll fix my problems. 14-pin connector really on there, guys. I don't want to break it because I don't have another one in here. Go ahead and unhook the old tap version there. Unhook the thermistor. So I was trying to do as much as I could off stream, that way we could get this thing switched over and hopefully print pretty quick today. That was kind of the goal. I'm sure a lot of you guys have not seen it all come together. Hey, there's Gary T. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Basically what I'm doing right now is just disassembling the old tap. I need to road the I think it's a 50mm rail. I need to get that off there. I'm gonna have to reuse that. We'll switch the carriages out on it. I went ahead and removed the top from this so I'd be able to reach down in here and get to it pretty easy. Thing just isn't wanting to cooperate too easy, fellas. I don't understand what's going on here. It's really in there. Warming up fast here in North Carolina. Might have to cut on the ceiling fan in here. I do have my vent covered up because I was printing ABS in open air here. Let's see. You printed out the parts for the R8 but haven't done anything with it. That reminds me I need to order some drag chain. I hear you. Yeah, I've been eager to jump in here and get this thing sorted because it's been giving me problems, Nick. Like I said, about 2 weeks after I got this printer built and completed, and me and David Vera off stream one day, we got together on Discord and we run through the actual input shaping and got it going, and got it input shaped really good, I guess you could say, or done the input shape, and just come on, man, this thing coming off. really stuck on there, fellas. Almost like it's welded. Unbelievable. I don't remember it being that hard to go together. It's holding it here. Guess it wasn't designed to come apart real easy, huh? Not latched anymore. Guess I'm just being too kind to it. Huh. I need to cut on the ceiling fan. Hopefully it don't make a whole lot of racket on the microphone. Some OG, those connectors. Stuck really well, yeah. Guys, let me know if that ceiling fan makes a little too much racket on the microphone, and I'll figure out something else. I can uncover my vent in here if I need to. There we go. I was just afraid I was gonna break it probably. So basically, on the back side of this 14-pin connector, I need to find which one's the auxiliary and move that auxiliary wire up to the actual probe. So that's everything disconnected. So now, as far as taking the stealth burner apart here, what comes off first? Never had to take it apart. I'm thinking I'll take the clockwork 2 off. It should just, well, yeah, it should just come right off there, hopefully. And I think it's these two right here that's holding this together. I'm not sure what was causing the issues. It may have just been stuff working itself loose, you know, over time. There we go. Not really sure, fellas. Where that went. Oh, stuck to the magnet down here. Tried to fall out and the magnet caught it. So that should come off there, right? The screw's still holding it. Never had to take this thing all the way back apart. There we go. So I'm just going to kind of set that off to the side for right now. Let's get this slid over here. There's a hot end. Go ahead and take that loose. And the hot end comes right off. But here's what we're after. Like I said, I'm hoping, and you guys, y'all might know a little bit more about this stuff than I do. I had the old, as far as the wires up here, I have to look back and see which one was the signal pin wire. We don't need the ground wire anymore. I won't need that anymore. Yeah, all that stuff's going away. Yep. but I have one wire that's running down from the toolhead PCB that's on an auxiliary line from the toolhead PCB. That's going to a signal pin that used to be, I guess you could say, reserved for the Z in stop. I should be able to just leave that on that pin, right? And then work out something in the firmware. Okay, so I guess these has got to come off next. Probably need these screws right here and these washers. Just reuse those. Just set these down here for right now. Get the power from the toolhead. Oh yeah, I'll be able to get the 24 volts from the toolhead PCB, and it'll be grounded and all that. Like I said, I think all I'm going to really have to do, and it's probably going to be a pain in the butt, and I got to find my a pin removing tool to move a pin over from that 14 pin connector. I need to move that wire that I have running for the tap, this tap, run it to a different port. I had it put on the auxiliary port on the toolhead PCB, but we're going to move it over to where the actual probe port is. And I'm thinking that I'll just be able to leave that on the yep. And there that is. So the way that this tap was designed was just to it acted like a switch. I don't know if you guys had seen this, but it really wasn't nothing but two screws coming down and touching the back side of the carriage right here. It didn't have no optical sensor in it, so it was giving me troubles. And I'm gonna do away with this rail. This carriage right here was kind of preloaded, and I ain't so sure if that wasn't giving me some of my troubles too as well. I need to take that thing off there, and I'm probably fixing to lose I actually have my 3D printed part on my new carriage that I'm gonna use, so I'm probably fixing to drop little bearings everywhere. So Jose Ferreira says, dinner time around here, to be right back. Hey man, come on back. You're always welcome here, Jose Ferreira. So we're just gonna pop this thing off here. See if the bearings stay in place. If they fall out, it's fine. Like I said, this was a preloaded. You didn't lose none of them, guys. It was a preloaded carriage. But I noticed that those, you seen the West 3D on it. Some of those were let's see here. Some of those were a little itchy. It's the way Golden Jaguar described them, it's itchy. Whenever I first got them, I really wasn't a big fan of them rails. And it might have just been because they were preloaded. Or the carriages anyway. Preload is good in that it will reduce the amount of the tool head can rotate. I got you. But I noticed a lot of wobble and play in it. I don't know where in the world it was coming from, because there ain't nothing broke. And just looking, let's see here, let's look at the old. I was thinking that this heat set insert was spinning around in there, but it doesn't look like it was stripped out. Huh. I don't know what the devil the issue was with that thing, why it was giving me troubles. Hopefully this revision will fix us up though. But if binding, that isn't great. So the old tap, it looked like it would go down, and David Vera, he was looking at the numbers as we was doing. I think it was like a probe accuracy test, and he was just kind of looking at the number, or as it was probing, and the way they were all over the place. He said there was something definitely hanging. He could just tell by the way the numbers were looking as it was running the numbers that it looked like it was sticking. I couldn't tell you. I mean, that's kind of what I thought, the way it looked to me whenever I looked at it. But I don't know. Like I said, hopefully this is a nice little upgrade right here for this thing. Put the new RC8 on it. David Vera, he talked me into it. He says it's been working really great for him. So we're gonna try it out. There that is. And I guess all we need to do is just take the belts off, or take this part right here off. Wrong side. Swap the carriages around. Put the linear rail on the new tap. Then we'll start putting it back together. Like I said, I was kind of hoping this was going to be a little quick here. Try to make it as quick and painless as possible. That way you guys wouldn't have to sit there through me doing heat set inserts and all that stuff. We're just we've got a tap that's ready to go. The extra magnets should help too. Yeah, he said that they work really well, Nick. I'm hoping. Like I said, mine was kind of sticking a little bit on me, and I don't know if it had to do with the belts, being up in that, how you kind of run them up in these little extra loops here. I don't know if it had anything to do with that or what. We shall see. Chair's getting squeaky again. There we go. Inner rail looks good. Let's get this thing off here, and I'll get it moved over to the new tap. That's what I'm after. Well, that top rail right there, that already felt loose. Or not the top rail, that one's loose. That could have been part of the problems there too. The rail being loose in here. It don't work itself loose. So I don't need these bottom two, because it's getting a 12 and a 16. But I think it still gets the 6 at the top. So if the rail worked itself loose, that's a problem. That makes me want to use Loctite now. I think I just might do that. That could have been very much part of the problem. So let me grab some blue Loctite. Just had it earlier. Show you guys what I'm doing down here, basically all I'm doing is just swapping the rail over to the new part, and definitely go put some blue Loctite on this. So we need a M3x6. Let me just double check the manual real quick. The new documents. Where's that at? UnTap. Wrong spot. There we go. Just kind of double checking myself before I make any moves. So I'm gonna need a M3x8 button head for the belt cradles. I guess that's what you call them. And yeah, I guess you keep the same. Yeah, the top is still secured by the M3x6. So I need an M3x12 and an M3x16 for this rail. And we're definitely going to be using blue Loctite for sure. Be careful not to get any Loctite on the plastic. Yeah, I'm going to do the best I can. Let's see here. Oh yeah. See, I done got confused here. Just throw them to the side. Need an M3x6. Yeah, we're going to be as careful as we can be, Nick. I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, these things work themselves loose. That might have been part of the problem the whole time. Very well could have been all my problems. Really don't take a whole lot. It'll cure out. I'm not going to snug that down just quite yet. All right, I need an M3x12 and an M3x16. Yeah, we're going to put blue Loctite on this rail. For sure. For sure. There ain't nobody suggesting it, but just from that working itself loose like it done on me, I don't think it's going to be a bad idea. As long as I get it on the screw, I think I'll be good. I think she'll be just fine. So this is the M3x12, and then the bottom is the M3x16. With the little end stop, I guess you could say, or the what they call it, threaded insert, heat set insert, or heat set, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Let's put the heat set insert on it. Threaded insert. Putting that on the M3x16 here. And I add a little dab of dew. Some blue Loctite. away with it. It's already kind of coming out pretty good on its own. I think that's going to be plenty. See, I'm just really getting just a tiny bit, just ain't globbing it on the threads, just enough to where it'll be on the threads. And that's it. There's our little M3x16 with the heat cert. And stop there. Thread that on down. Tighten her up. Let's snug this thing over there. I don't want to get too carried away with this. But I don't want it to work itself loose again neither. That's pretty snug. Wipe this little rail off right here. I'm gonna stick my new carriage on it. I'm gonna put a little bit of grease on it in the carriage. I'm gonna put it back together. And we got us a new carriage right here. I think you wait till you put it on the actual, yeah. Gotta wait till I put it on the machine right here before I actually put the new carriage on it. So with this new revision, I guess I could probably go ahead and get one side snugged down. Try to get the same amount of belt coming through, same amount of teeth. Actually, use the new belt clips. Let's see, let me readjust my camera angle here. That way you guys can see what I'm doing. All right, so we're back up here. So I'm just running the belts through, and we'll put the new belt retention piece on here. And we could probably go ahead and actually hold one side in place. Doing that right, let me just have a look at the revision here real quick. Just want to make sure I'm not doing anything I ain't supposed to. Okay, so these belt clips, I'll show you what I'm seeing. It doesn't really tell you which way to route the belts. This redesigned belt routing fixes CPC issue and pull. Thicker belt loops. Not sure what that means. But basically, you look at the little 3D printed parts. You got one that's got like a little lip that rolls down. My camera's in and out with the. You see, it's got like one little side that's got like a little lip, and it shows that little lip just kind of going towards this side, the inside, or facing the rail. I guess that's just going to kind of hold it in place like that. I think it said an M3x8 button. If I ain't mistaken. We'll get one side secured, and then we'll get the other side pulled tight. Just double checking myself. Always double checking. Yep, that's an M3x8 button head screw there. And I have some somewhere out here. 3x6. Made sure I had everything I needed before I got started. thought I did. Might have been the one I overlooked, fellas. Really? Oh, I'm pretty sure I got these already. I need those. Must have overlooked them. Imagine that. Yep. Let me see if I can find some M3x8 button heads. You know, when I think I prepare for everything, I got everything I need, and I realize that moment I don't. Good grief. How did I overlook that? Daggone it. I do this every time. Unbelievable. I swear I do this every single stream. I overlook something. And I know for a fact that I got some M3x8 button heads in here somewhere. As much as I mess with these drones and stuff, let's have a look. There's some 6. 8mm. Found them. I found some. And I think I just need 2 for this. So we need 2 M3x8 button head screws, and these are for the belt retention pieces. And I'm just going to double check these because they're just kind of thrown in a random package that's labeled 8mm. I'll grab my calipers here to measure them up. Oh yeah. Yep, those are definitely 8mm. All right, back in business. So just trying to make sure I got enough belt. About the same amount of belt sticking out of both sides. Just trying to make sure they're even. Same amount of teeth. Imagine this how it goes, just like that. And like I said, the little lip piece that's coming down, it goes toward the rail. Let's screw this baby in. get one side secured down, and then we'll get after the other side, and we'll probably tension from one side once I get it put into place here. That should hold the belts into place. I like that little style right there a lot better. And let's put on here. I guess we could go ahead and run these belts through here. That might wind up being a problem later on trying to get them through there after I get it put on the machine. Roughly try to pull out about the same amount here for right now to get started, because I did cut these belts at the same length. I do remember that. And let's put these screws back in. Really tightening them all the way down right now. I'm just kind of holding it in place at the moment. I do have the same amount of belt tension. Thinking. Yeah, it looks about the same. Does look the same. I don't know what it looks like on your guys' end, but my parts look awful. They look hot pink on there when they're not. It's awful wild. Alright. So just kind of leaving that roughly a little loose there after pulling the pipe. And making sure everything's lined up nice and square, pretty. And I guess take a pair of pliers or something and tension this. Tension the belts. The belts just a little bit. I'll do the rest of the tensioning later on. The magnet's pretty strong. It pulled the end of the screwdriver. It is definitely a bright color. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really look hot pink in the house here. I mean, it almost looks like an orangish red to me. So I guess somebody needs to do a little bit of work on the color. I tried to use a color correction filter with this, and for some reason, it just blew the red out so much that it looked, you couldn't really make out none of the details of the parts. So yeah, I'm no professional whenever it comes to color grading and stuff like that. So you guys have to forgive me for that. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't mean to have the elbow all in your face. there that is. And I mean, it's not bad. I'll take that. I don't think that's going anywhere. It feels pretty solid. Everything feels tight. So I guess we're ready for our carriage, right? And we're going to use the new carriage. I'm going to put a little bit of grease in this thing too. It really isn't a grease port. It looked like for this old carriage. I know it has one. It's just really, really tiny. Super tiny. It's definitely a bright color. Yeah, it's not really that bright here at the house. Very smooth. I think I'm gonna leave that be. I like it. Alright, so now we got that done. Guess I need to get this secured back on there. And I'm thinking about cutting them extra belt lengths off there. Cut them a little bit shorter. I'm not sure if like these wasn't affecting some of the tapping motion and stuff too. Guys, having a good pair of hex drivers is the way to go. Go ahead and get these started a little bit. A couple of them anyway. Doesn't help I don't have fingernails trying to pick up these washers. Really, all I need to do now is just build me a little small wiring, as you can say, like a little wiring harness here. And I'll need to know what's what on this. So I might ought to take a look at that and go ahead and start considering a wired harness here. I see ground, I see positive, so I guess the signal is in the middle. I'm gonna check KB3D's website real quick. Let's see, we're at the OptoTap wiki, and doesn't. That's interesting. Yeah. All right, I'm seeing it now. Yep, you got the, and it's pretty much labeled with silkscreen writing, but you got the ground and the signals in the middle on the PCB and the power. But on the toolhead PCB, it's going to be a little different. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. So I'm kind of, KB3D, theirs comes with a little wiring harness already. I'm gonna have to build that. But if you see, you got the power, the signal, and the ground right there. The way it wires into the toolhead PCB is a little different. This is the 2-piece Rev 2 board that I have. but you see the power, the ground, and the signal. So I'm gonna have to make sure I get that sorted out correctly, or I'm gonna make a big mistake. Alrighty. So that being said, I'm not sure how much length of wire that I'm going to need to be able to bring that around. I see I got a little zip tie spot. I could probably get that done up top here once I get this mounted up. I think that's what I'm going to do. Go ahead and get it mounted up, and then I can handle building the little harness really quick like. I actually got some 20 gauge wire in here of different colors finally. Probably don't need nothing but 24, but I think 20 gauge will be fine. So how's everybody doing today? Y'all working on printers, printing any projects, any big projects? Or just bouncing around from stream to stream? I'm sure Steve Builds is probably doing a stream today himself. I don't know how I feel about this, fellas. A little side-to-side play right there. I wanted to go back to that preloaded carriage. You're installing a wall-mounted filament storage rack. You think Steve is taking the weekend off? He was at Open Sauce yesterday. Yeah, look at that. Look at that play in that. I don't like that. Not at all. I think I'm gonna made with conduit pipe and a couple printed parts. That's freaking cool, Nick. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put that old carriage back on there. I don't like that at all. I didn't lose any of the bearings earlier. Yeah, switchback. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this one actually has grease ports on it too, so yeah, we're switching that back. Screw that, man. I don't like that at all. That is not cool. Pretty excited about getting this on here because I'm wanting to get. We were trying to tune Nick. I don't know if he was in here for my stream last weekend, but we got in here and got to messing around with this, and we were trying to tune some ASA filament in here for this printer, and that was whenever we started realizing there was some really bad issues with this tab. Managed to not lose any bearings on that one. Now these actually have some really good grease ports on them. I'm gonna go ahead and shoot some grease in this. JB Weld will fix the wobble. Yeah, JB Weld fixes everything. That don't fit it. You love ASA, Nick? Hey, I got some Polymaker. This is Sparkle. What is it? I'm sorry, it's not Sparkle. It's called Galaxy Blue, and it looks really, really nice. And I'm pretty excited about getting it tuned in for this printer right here and printing a little something with it. And I'm actually I'm thinking I'm gonna 3D print my Clockwork 2 parts for my ender wire. I think the tolerances are just a little too tight on it and giving me some issues or possible issues here. More grease will add a little more resistance. So I'm hoping the extra magnets will make up for it. Maybe. Lay a little bit in this trough here. Let them roll on it. You know, I really don't get into that super fast print anyway. I mean, I know know it's capable of some pretty impressive speed. I just wanted to print reliably. More than anything. Alright, let's see how well this one does. This is the West 3D rail right here. Do this without losing any bearings. One slid on there real easy. There we go. Yeah, come on down. Yeah, that was super tight though. Feels like it's got a little bit more resistance. A lot more. Reliable is most important. That's what I'm looking for, reliability and repeatability. It's a little tighter now. Yeah, I like the speed of the Trident. I don't want nobody to get me wrong on that one. I like that I can print fast. It's nice. Screwing into the rail. Something right. That one acted like it was. There we go. Wasn't on there all the way. That's fun. That was the problem. It wasn't seated. Magnets are already pulling it down, and I ain't even got them adjusted yet. They're not even nowhere near it. Yeah. So that's pretty good. And no wobble. So I'm glad I put that rail back on there. I think that'll be fine. All right, so now, let's see, we're after this right here, the clockwork tube, right? That goes on next. There we go. There, one side, what did I do with the other? What did I do with it? Dropped it, and I want to say, oh shoot. I think this is it. Snug these on down here a little bit. That is, it's pretty tight. And I'm just going to double check. That all feels really good and tight. I'm going to double check my hot end and make sure it's everything's still tight on it. This stuff seems like it works itself. Either I didn't have it good and tight or tight enough before, or it just works itself loose over time. Now that's good and tight. I'm gonna double check the back side of this. I'm pretty sure that threaded into heat set inserts. Now there are so many more Raspberry Pis available now. Yeah, they're finally becoming available and they're cheap. They're ish. I guess you could say cheap-ish. I'm really liking the Big Tree Tech CB1. I've just gotten used to it. It's all I've used since I started doing this. It's been working pretty well for me. I ain't had any complaints about it. I may have screwed up already. No, I'll be able to get to that. Yeah, I'll be able to get to that wiring. Get it brought around here. I'm kind of gonna I'm gonna adjust these with the plastic. Yeah. Kind of like that. That feels good. Yep. Feel real tight. I think that'll be fine. Slides right up in there. All right. Looks like the holes are lining up really good. So now, getting this tap wired in here. This is gonna be fun. I think it gets a JST PH connector is what it looks like. And we actually have some of those in here on hand. So I'm gonna give me a length of power, ground, and I'm gonna need a signal wire. Yellow makes for a good signal wire. Give me enough wire to play with here. Let's see here. Down here, basically what I'm gonna do is build me a connector real quick. Need some pins and a 3-pin connector. JST. Pretty sure it's a JST PH connector. That's a 3-pin right there. I'm gonna strip and cramp real quick, fellas. Got to have my eyeballs to help me see. I ain't gonna be able to see nothing. What I'm doing. Might be a little too much. need that much. Gotta readjust here a little bit. Yeah, I need to trim some of this wire off here. Strip a little too much. So I ran into an issue back whenever I was wiring up the ender wire, where I had actually accidentally crimped the protective coating, and I was running into an issue with one of the motors not working, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And I went back and started looking at some of my crimps, and what it was is I had crimped the I had accidentally crimped the. I just dropped that pin. Grief, I always forget about that stuff, what it's called. Not too big a gauge of wire, that 20 gauge. I think that's going to be a little too big. This is my first day. I mean, what is this, my first day? Dropped everything. There we go. That's what it was. I have my. Okay, that's a good crimp. I swear. Insulation, that's what it is. Crimped the insulation. I was sitting there having a brain fart and it's dropping me nuts. Yeah. Messed messed around and crimped the insulation on it, so it wasn't getting a good connection. And that was my problem. Running through all kinds of issues whenever I was trying to configure it. Alright, so there that is, and I want to make sure that, alright, so this is the end that actually gets plugged into, I'm going to say this gets plugged into the actual PCB for the this is the end that's going to get plugged into the PCB for the Opto tab. So I'm going to refer back to KB3D's wiki here. Just have a look how his connector is. I remember the signal being in the middle. I might need to have a look at this right here. Might have done messed up and put the Clockwork 2 and all that stuff on there a little prematurely. I can't see the silk screen writing anymore. That ain't good. I just want to make sure I get this right. Let me use my cell phone. Take a picture of this. That way I get this right. Do it, huh? That ain't worth a crap. I need photos. This ain't good. You know, it made sense if I'd have just built it to start with before I put it all together. That just makes too much sense. There we go. All right, I found me a, yeah, the ground's at the bottom. Okay. Worried about I was gonna get it hooked up wrong, fellas. Don't want to do that. So ground bottom, signals middle. I do remember that. And the power's at the top. All right. Sorry about that. Under keys using rip rack. Wow, there are so many more. All right. So signals middle. And the power at the top. That should be a little harness. if I can just get it plugged in. Here working. Sorry about getting all in the way of the camera, fellas. Let's see. Let me use some tweezers to get this thing plugged in. Like it's going all the way in. That is a JST pH connector, I think. This is plugged in there, fellas. We'll find out. Okay. This needs to come around through here. It actually has a spot for a zip tie back here at the back. Probably shouldn't have went with them 20 gauge wires. 24 would probably been just fine. I'll go ahead and plug the hot end and the thermistor back up. Hot end. And the thermistor. My fingers are just too big for this. Part of the problems. The hot end plugged in, no problems, but the thermistor is going to give me a fit. Come on. Struggling. I am struggling. Come on, man. I want to act right. Come on. It doesn't help to have really, really big fingers. That really doesn't help. Not one bit. I can't get my fingers in there to get underneath it. Get it lined up just right. Unbelievable. Come on. Get the kid. There we go. Finally. Whew. So there that is. Let's see. Mandic really had a good video on that yesterday or today. I think I'll end up doing the same system. Cool, I should probably watch his video. Heck yeah. Alright, so we got that done. Now I just need to make the top connector here. Let me use KB3D's wiki to get this top connector done, and it'll be plugged in. So then all I have left to do is switch the pin that I had set up, or the wire that I had running down to the main board, switch it over. Hold back. I'm trying to get something to hold that back so it quit falling down on me, grabbing me nuts. Switch my 14-pin connector over. I got a wire back here I need to switch around. Shouldn't have to run any wires through the cable chain, so I think I'm good. Basically all I got left to do is just put a little connector on the end of this, zip tie that down, plug it in to the probe port. Should be in business. I guess I can go ahead and get a little zip tie and zip tie that down. If that's even possible. It may not be, fellas. Push the old tweezers here. Having a hard time seeing, guys. Just telling my wife the other day it's time for me to go see the eye doctor. Use this little zip tie right here real quick and get these wires held into place, and then I'll go ahead and make the JST connector for the top. Took the heck of a time trying to put the zip tie on this. I think I probably should have had all this done before I put the clockwork to. Anybody who's looking to do this in the future, probably what you want to do. Go ahead and get your connections made, your wiring done, get it zip tied and held in place before you go through all this. That'd probably be the best thing to do. Yeah, I would say, for sure. What I'm doing here, that ain't the smartest. There we go. That was a pain in the butt. cut this out. I missed 2 of the wires completely. Let's make the connection. Just make the connection. That's all I'm gonna do. Do that. Alright, so that looks like a good bit there. Just gonna cut it off about right there. Strip it, crib it, get it plugged in. Now all I have left to do is move 1 wire over. See, I got 2 pins there. I'm gonna need 1 more. And another 3-pin JST PH connector. Let's see, need this wire strippers and the grippers. So how you doing, Thunder Keys? Welcome to the stream, buddy. Sorry about that. I was getting a little frustrated with all this. But welcome to our stream. Alright, there's the ground. Strip the hot. Pin. Good connections. Everything's good and tight. That's what I want. Last but not least, the signal. Almost to the fun stuff, fellas. Almost. Nope, I just pulled the connector out. That happen. Make it easier anyway. So my phone's listening in to me. I'm going to refer to KB3D's wiki to see which end I need to, or how I need to put these. I'm thinking that the signal is on the far right there. Let's look at it. And Opto tap. Switch my scene right here. That way you guys can see what I'm looking at. So basically you got power, ground, and signal. Power, ground, and signal. It's going to be the same all the way across. Power, ground, and signal. So we should be good. Power. Ground, and then signal. So these are definitely, I wouldn't go with 20 gauge wire. I think it's a little overkill. Sure. Power, ground, and signal, and last but not least, yeah, some heavy duty 20 gauge wire too. There we go. We got our connector made. 5 volts or 24. We're doing 24 volts, dude. Yeah, this is the newest version of this Opto tap here. So this is going. I'm using 24 volts for it. I'm almost thinking I got the wrong connector. I mean, it plugged right in. It must be a pH connector. Yeah, like I said, I definitely probably should have get the smaller gauge wire on this. Right. There that is. That's plugged in. That's plugged in. And I just need to move one wire over. I'm going to look at the wiki for that. And I got to find my little tool that I have to be able to remove these connectors out. I need to figure out which one of these was the auxiliary wire that I had running down to the signal pin for the old tap. And I'm going to move it right here to this. I don't know if you guys can see on camera, but there's an empty hole right there, and that's for the port or the probe port. So I need to move that signal wire over to that. That way I'm able to use it the way I got it wired up. We'll refer over here to Stealth Burner 2-piece toolhead PCB wiki from KB3D. And what I'm looking for down here at the very bottom is, scroll on down here to the very, very bottom. This is what I'm after. So basically, this is how I have it right here. So I need to move this auxiliary wire right here straight up to the probe signal, the one that I don't have on. So now I just need to find, I have a little tool that I use to be able to pull those out with. I've actually done it before successfully. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but it does work. I had to kind of pull it out of them DuPont connectors, those I'll be brief. I always forget what those freaking connectors are called. Microfit connectors. Molex. Yeah, Molex connectors. Man, I could just cut it and rewire it, I suppose, but I actually have a tool for removing those somewhere. Just gotta locate it. I just recently seen it and had it the other day. Yeah, we're going with the 24 volts. I think it's going to be fine. Said there's no reports of this version burning people's houses down. So keep your fingers crossed. I got a fire extinguisher close at hand if I do need it. I don't think we will though. Ah, there she is. The pen tool. Gotcha. These are a lot of fun to use. Has any of you guys used a one of these little pen tools right here? This one's kind of, I had to tweak it a little bit to get it to be able to work. So basically, this is the auxiliary right here directly below it. I need to move this wire over. My wife thinks she's being funny right now. She thinks she's being funny. Don't mind the cat hairs. Good Lord. Oh, Lord of mercy. Yeah, you're a regular joker, huh? All right. Yeah, these things are a pain in the butt to use too. They don't work the best, but they do work. Might just be easier for me to cut the wire, just repin it. Probably be the easiest thing for me to do right now. Yeah, these little pen tools are probably the easiest in the world to use. They don't want to work too well. Oh, there it goes. I see it coming out. It's trying to. Then I got to bend these little tabs back out. How I had to do it past. I want to pull you back in there. You need to come out. There you go. There you go. All right, I got it out of there. Wasn't easy. And it's just like some little wings right here. I need to get bent back out, and then it should go right back into the top there. I don't have to deep in it or re-crimp it. Find my razor knife. Almost there, fellas. Almost there. This is what I love about the two-piece tool head PCBs is the fact that I'm able to just stick my. Oops! I don't want to break it. I don't want to break it. There we go. All right, so I got the little wings back out. All right, we're putting this in the very top. She snapped in, snug as a bug in a rug. So there's my signal pin. Plug her in. Almost there. Okay, and plug my NeoPixels back in. tie right here. Strain relief back. We're almost there, fellas. On the home stretch. Go ahead and button that down. Zip tie real quick. Kind of making sure I get my wires zip tied back up here on my cable chain. A little strain relief. And I do like, I like what Steve Fields suggests. It kind of gives me a push and a pull. He just kind of puts it about halfway. Seems like a good measurement. Okay. We're ready for the pretty part. Yeah, wow, that looks really pink on camera. That's crazy. I got the pink Trident. And just making sure that I got those pins lined up really good too. That's something definitely want to make sure of, because I had those little 8-pin connectors. I had those screwed up in the past. Caught it though before I had an issue. Just kind of loosely putting that in there for now. Feels a lot better already. Feels a little freer. I don't think I missed anything. I try to think this through and make sure I got everything like it's supposed to be. So we'll see how it goes. That feels a whole lot smoother. And we need to do the little loosening tension thing on it. Snug fit there. This was the one I thought was stripped out on the old tap. It really wasn't. Okay. There it is. And let's loosen these little, I think it takes this side right here. Might have to get a different. Oh yeah, it's this one. Loosen these up to the where they do a little click. The magnets. That one snapped together really tight. I felt that. That was a solid snap. Let's do this side over here. I don't know, guys. Don't seem like the magnets are really touching it. Hard for me to see. That looks good on that side. That one made an audible click. Side right here. Sorry about this. But I didn't see. Oh yeah, they're good. Alright. Get the view back to you. Oh, I might throw it off the desk. Well, ain't nothing left to do now, but tension the belts a little bit and probably test it out. I suppose. Need to clip them little those little belts. I don't even want to attach them to the. I don't want to attach them to the tool head anymore like they were. I just think that was creating an issue. Jose Ferreira, you're back just in time. I hear you, buddy. Yeah, we got her all put back together. We got the tool head. That feels a lot more solid than the other one. Yeah, I don't know if I want to clip them belts off shorter. I really don't like the idea of them being in that part of the. It just seems like that creates a little bit of a binding issue, but it definitely feels heavier. Feels more solid and smooth too than the old one. It feels really tight. I think it's going to be fine. Let's see. Comes all the way over this way. That belt. Yeah, that belt's here if I don't clip it. We'll run them through for right now. I hate clipping them off and wind up needing them later on. I suppose that's what I'll do. Tweezers there. Yep, you're back just in time, buddy. Let's see. I don't even know what I did with my tweezers. Probably throw them in the floor by. Oh, here they are. Just trying to get these belts run through the little spots here. We'll give them a little tension and then we'll test it out. We'll see what's going on here. I'm probably gonna have to redo something in the printer.config because I had it set up for a little differently. Have to do something a little extra to get the UnTap version to work. Here that is. I don't think that's going to make nothing. I hope not. We'll find out. I don't know. It feels different as soon as I put them belts through there. I'm about to clip them things off is what I'm gonna do. I think I got enough air. Maybe it's just you, but it looks like the X cable chain might be a little long. The X cable chain. It does kind of lay up on it. Just a little bit of max travel up on the little 3D printed part there. It could be just a little long. I'm gonna clip these belts, guys. I think it just feels different as soon as I put them, and that's just one side that I put it on. I really don't like it. It felt a little bit more free whenever the belts wasn't in it. That could be part of the problems. Yeah, it's fine, Nick. It seems like it's gonna be all right. And if we don't, if something happens and I wind up needing some belt, I got some in here, so I'm not too concerned about cutting these too short. Cut them short. Yeah, we're about ready to test her out. Wife done give me the fire extinguisher, just in case. I think we're good. Just gonna clip these off. Be something if I clip the wrong belt. That would be scary. Yeah, it feels a whole lot freer without having that mess on there. When it goes all the way to that side, it may push the tool head up. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, we might have to shorten her up a little bit, Nick. So here we are. Let's see. Let me just kind of going through everything. Pretty sure that we're ready to plug it in and test it out. Let's see. Plug. Kind of try to feel my way in, get it plugged in. Probably not there. A little blindly trying to plug it in, but it's pretty good. All right, sorry about that. And smack the camera. I don't need these anymore, I don't think. Test the tap in stop with my hand before you drive the nozzle into the bed. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we're gonna do that, Nick, for sure. Let's power this thing on. Make sure there's no smoke fly out of it. I'm gonna switch you guys over to the actual device screen on an Orca slicer. We'll let it get powered on and cycle through everything and check it out. So let me get Orca slicer up and running here. So I'm gonna close some of this stuff out that I got open. We don't need this manual no more. And get Orca slicer open before I switch the scene. I don't smell anything that smells like it's burning in here, so we've got our device screen yet. Oh, There we go. It's saying it's ready. All right, device. Can't reach this page. It's the wrong one. That's for the ender wire. Let's pick the Trident. Now let's have a look. Trident device. Oh, there we go. All right, switch scene. Scene 2. So y'all should be seeing what I'm seeing. So we want to query the end stops real quick. Everything needs updating. Here's my end stops. So it's saying probes open. I see a little red light back there, fellas. I'm seeing it turn blue. So it looks like it's working. How about that? I see a red. I pick it up, it turns blue. Triggered. Let it back down, it turns red. It's open. All right. Are we feeling brave? I can't see the chat whenever I'm on my screen right here. Let me pull this up. Yep, I think we're good. One thing I do need to do, like I said, there was something that I did differently in the printer.config for the UnTap version, and I probably do need to go back into. Let's have a look. Can't remember. You have it all set up from before. You think it? I remember I had to do something a little different for the UnTap. Is what I thought. It was like a little extra step. Nick. And I also have everything kind of switched up from where I was trying to get to the bottom of some issues I was having. Let me switch scenes real quick here. Oops, probably should have done that. Okay, I see what I did. All right, let me close this. Switch scene. Give me 1 minute, fellas. Oh, maybe there is something else. Yeah, there was. Like I said from before, it was a little different. I'm gonna go into. I'll open up the documentation. Order Voron tap get. I had it open a minute ago. I closed it all out. Like a big dummy. Voron tap. So let's go in here. Voron design tap. Get, and basically the instructions post install setup. You know, it says update your printer.config as recommended and tap clipper instructions. And here, let me switch scenes. Scene 2. So right here is where I had went down this rabbit hole for this UnTap or unclicky tap. You know, can I use a micro switch instead? No, not recommended, but check here for more details. So went in there and went through all this, and it was telling me in here that there's a little extra step below are clipper specific unclicky tap probe configurations. For the rest, please follow tap optical probe manual and procedures. What it says, they are the same. So I think I've changed some of this stuff though. This is what I was kind of looking at. Samples tolerance 0.05, speed is 5. It says it was the same, didn't it? It says they are the same, so maybe we're set up. Tap clipper instructions. Let's just kind of have a look at this. Let's have a look here. It says updated. Of course, the Z in stop is going to be updated. Where's stepper Z at? Right here. We done the in-stop, virtual in-stop pin. Where was that at? Right there. Yeah, probe Z. So we done that. So be sure also to remove any automatically saved stepper Z position in-stops. Maybe found at the bottom. So if you use Save Z Home, change the location to the center of the bed. And we do. So we already got all that set up, I'm sure. What are you saying there, Nick? It says to do that and the rest is the same. I got you. Sample tolerance may be different for regular tap. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of looking at here. We're gonna go over it just to make sure. Update your probe's offset. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have to do all that. But we already have all that stuff in there. And that's it. I mean, I guess it is the same. Let me go down here to, so here's the, I slowed it down. I do remember that. And I think we got like 2. See the tolerance, how I got it at 0.1 and it was like 0.05. So we'll speed it back up. Do the tolerance 0.05, right? That's what it was set at. Simple tolerance retries 10. Retraction distance, we got it at 2. I think it had like 3, and I think that's pretty much it. I think we're in good shape. Samples tolerance may be different. Yeah, I done read that. Well, save and restart. We'll update the printer later on. We'll do that later. It needs a lot of updates. Clipper screen, Moonraker, all of it's wanting to update right now. I'm kind of wanting to get on with the... Alright, so I think right here is where we do the probe accuracy samples, right? It's not right in here. Yeah. Let's copy this. Copy. And before I do all that, let's home all. Are we ready for it? Okay. Now let's do a Z-tilt. It's definitely moving the tool head up a whole lot further than what it done on that old probe. I can actually see it significantly lifting the tool head up. We forgot to tension the belts. I'm gonna have to retension the belts. All right, now let's home all again. All right. So let's send the code to it. I think it was Control V. There we go. Yeah. Looks like it's working, fellas. That's significantly moving the tool head a whole lot more than what that old system I had on here done. Sweet. Oh yeah. Man, I was thinking I was going to have to run all kind of wires through the cable chain and all that. And then I really got to looking at it before I got on stream today and was like, well, shoot, all I have to do is just move one wire over and that's it. As long as I was able to run it off 24 volts. And I reached out to David Vera. I know some of you guys know him, and asked him on Discord. I said, hey, this new tap, I was like, I should be safe to run to 24 volts on it, right? And he was like, well, as long as you got the newest version, which that's what we put in here today, was the 2.4.1, and I got it from DFH. So, yeah. We're doing 100 probe samples right now. Seems like to me it's definitely got some deviation going on. Standard deviation of 0.007. Okay, that's better than what it was. A whole lot better than what it was. So, what was that? Probe calibrate. But we need to home all, do a Z-tilt, and then do a probe calibrate on it. And then I think we'll be able to be ready to set the offset on it. Oh yeah, and I need to tighten the belts up. Forgetting that. Yeah, I need to do that. They're just a little loose. I mean, they're not bad, but let's put a little tension on them. Just a little bit. I'm just kind of doing it by feel. See if it'll play a tune for me. No. That feels pretty good. That would tension real quick. Feel pretty tight. I think that's fine. Feel about the same to me. That's just guesstimating. Yeah, we'll go with it. Let's do a Z-tilt real quick. lot more pretty lights on it now. Little blue and red lights. All right, so there that is. Let's go back to home all. Then we'll do a probe calibrate. Actually, probably should put the top back on it. We'll calibrate it cold, I guess. We'll probably need to do it hot. I probably need to heat soak the printer. I need to put the top back on it, heat soak it for a little bit. We'll go ahead and do us a little probe calibrate, and then maybe do another accuracy test or something. Let's see here. Probe underscore calibrate. I think that's right. Yep, that's it. And for right now, we'll just give it a little piece of paper, I suppose. -1. -1. All right, right there, that was too much. Right there, I'm barely dragging the paper. Look at how much different that is. Let's bump it up just a little bit. Let's bring it back down a little bit more. That's pretty good. It's dragging the paper really good. Except save config. Z-tilt. Well, it's working, guys. We got her up and running. Didn't have to do any configuration changes. Should we do another probe sample after doing the Z-tilt and homing? Maybe another 10 samples or something. Let's do home all. Let's look down through here. Spell that right? No, probably not. Probably not. Accuracy. No, I didn't. But yeah, I did. Okay. So it'll give me 10 samples on this one, right? So standard deviation of 0.0000625. That's pretty damn good. That's a lot better than what it was before. I hope and I think we fixed the freaking problem. So I'm gonna put the top back on it. I'm gonna heat soak the printer for a little bit. And then we'll get back to trying to print some ASA. So let's stick the top back on this thing. We might even run back through. I might even go back through the probe accuracy test all that stuff too. Go ahead and run back through all that fun stuff. Do the Z offset. We'll heat soak it. Got a lot closer than what it was. And I'm hoping that I got it dialed in. Somebody's been trying to convince me to buy stuff, or not buy, but actually do these snap latches on this thing, and I just hadn't got around to doing it yet. We're going to, though. We're going to do them eventually. I want to get this thing dialed in where it's printing ABS really, really well, and get it dialed in right, because print ABS real reliable. Of course you're gonna give me troubles. I hate a hammerhead T-nut. We'll get some snap latches printed for. We'll get them put on it eventually. Get her closed up for right now. Then we have to do a heat soak. Pretty happy. I'm hoping that this resolves all the issues that I've been having. I swear I do. I think it will. And a couple more. Hey, there's Jack Black. Welcome to the stream. It should be much more reliable, both optical sensor and R8. I'm hoping so, Nick. I really am. I'm thinking it will. Yeah, Jack Black, we just got done getting the revision 8 or RC8 of the Voron tap on this thing. It was really a pretty simple upgrade for me on this one because I basically already had everything in place that it needed for the most part. I hate a hammerhead T-nut. Could save myself a little bit of a headache and had actually put some Loctite on it. There we go. But yeah, we got the RC8 put on here today. I already pretty much had everything ready to go. So it kind of went a little quick. All except for me kind of stumbling around some here and there. You know how I do. So how's your day been, Mr. Jack Black? Nice. Wired and config done? Yep, it's wired and configured. The configuration from the old version that I had a tap really was pretty much all it needed. It was already working. So let's do a heat soak. We'll let it soak for about 30 minutes. I'm just gonna go 240 on the hot end. Or no, let's do 150. Because it's going to have to do the tap. I don't want it oozing. And we'll do 110 on the build plate. Ooh, whoa. Easy there, Jeffrey. Alright. There we go. We're gonna let her heat up, fellas. And then we'll come back. Come back and do another home all Z-tilt, home all again. And I'll do another probe calibrate. Sweet, just pulled over in Pennsylvania. I hear you. You're all over the place, ain't you there, Mr. Jack Black? So we're gonna let this thing heat up for a little bit. I'm gonna step out for 1 minute, guys. If y'all just talk amongst yourselves. I don't know what view y'all would rather have, to sit here watching this printer heat up or the actual scene where you're looking at the printer, but I'll be right back in just 1 second. I'm gonna grab me a little something to drink, and we'll step back in here. And like I said, I'm gonna give it about 30 minutes to heat up. Maybe we can find something to talk about. I don't know. And I might need to let it heat soak for about an hour. 30 minutes to an hour, I don't know. I'm hoping we can get her dialed in to where I can start testing this ASA out like I initially planned. We'll see how it goes. Be right back. All right, we made it back, fellas. So what I'm thinking of doing is we'll let it heat soak for a little bit, and let's go into prepare right here. So yeah, this is the Trident Jack Black. Let's go to File, go on a new project, and let's import a file. And I want to look for, where's my new cube at? Right here. Boom. So check this out. This is what Woody did for me. I don't know if any of you guys have seen this. This is the poor boy calibration cube. So we're going to slice and print this jewel. We're not going to do it in Hatchbox PLA stone. We're going to do it in Polymaker ASA Galaxy Blue. It changed the color for me too. How about that? We already got that programmed in there. I don't know why it has like two different. I'm not sure what this is about right here. I'm still learning. Orca Slicer. Yes, replacing tap, unclicky, or something with optical tap R8. You got the bed mesh test print. No, I haven't done the bed mesh yet. I guess we could go ahead and do that if you guys want to, see how that looks. Go back to device. While it's heating up, what do you type? Just bed underscore mesh. It's been a while since I've done that. Is that right? Unknown. So I'm doing the wrong thing here. I can't remember the command. Come on, help me out, guys. Much faster. It's so one thing I'm noticing, Jack Black, is like with this optical version of tap, it's actually, I can see the tool head really moving up a whole lot further than this old version that I had on here. Are you talking about a one-layer test print? Not sure, but Tom Sandlanders. Let's see. Okay, we done did the probe accuracy samples 100, and then we done a probe accuracy. Let's go into the Clipper documents. I can't remember. Clipper documentation. Configuration changes, installation and configuration, bed level, bed leveling. Oh, wait a minute, I just seen it. It's bed mesh. So, manual level. What's the command to have it create a mesh that we can look at it? I forgot that. I done forgot it. What the heck? Is it bed mesh calibrate? Is that right? I can hear the printer expanding, settling a little bit. Prints a thin square in each corner, and then you can mic them to see drift. Gotcha. Huh. So right now I have a camp installed, so it's just gonna probe the area that the print's gonna be on. Calibration. Bed mesh calibrate. That's the command right there, where it just create a mesh, ain't it? Let's see what happens. Huh. I don't think it's supposed to do that. It ain't doing nothing. It got confused. Well, that wasn't too bright. All right, it's acting weird right now. It's acting really weird, fellas. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on with the install? It's showing. Huh. Could just print a single layer. That was really weird. Let's try home all again. What the heck's going on with this thing? Huh. Did I reboot? No, should I have rebooted it, Jack Black? That's really strange. It's saying that the probe's triggered and open. Wasn't doing that earlier. Why is that? Do I have something wrong in the printer.config? Probe Z virtual install. The firmware. Save and reboot the firmware after any changes. Yeah, we'll try it again. Save and restart. Let's bring it back up. Z probe showing is triggered now? It wasn't. It was just showing it was open, Nick. That was really weird. See, showing open. Now it's triggered. Whenever I pick up on it, set it back down. It's open. Yeah, I mean, acts like it's fine. M119 for stops status. Right here we got them Jack Black. That was kind of weird. And now it's going to act right. No, no, it ain't. Huh. It's saying the probe is triggered. Query probe. Did probe calibrate? Yeah, we did, Jack Black. It's moving the bed down, not up, which is kind of weird because we didn't make any changes to the bed. It was moving it up like it was going towards the probe. Oh, Lord have mercy. Huh. All right. Update your clipper, tap clipper instructions. Let's go right here. Have a look at all this again. I may have something wrong here. Let's just go back through it all. Yeah, and I didn't change nothing in the bed there, Nick. So that's kind of weird. So update your Z install under stepper Z. Right here, stepper Z. Block, you'll comment out your position in stop and change your in stop pin so that it uses a virtual Z install for tab. That's what we did. Where's the position in stop? It's already, yeah, it's commented out. Be sure to also remove any automatically saved stepper Z position in stop value that may be found at the bottom of the printer.config file. So we might need to look at that. That might be a problem. That might be the problem right there. And this says it'll be saved at the bottom. So we just manually remove these. Stepper Z. I don't see anything down there. Make sure it's a value for offset. It does. C probe Z underscore offset. We did go through that. If you use say Z home, which we do. Let's see, where's the probe at in here? Here's the probe section. Thought we used safe Z home. Z offset's commented out right there. You set the Z offset, it's saved correctly. You see that the Z offset is commented out. Should that be like that? It's been like that the whole time, or maybe I've done it on accident. A little strange. Change the location to the center of the bed. If you have a homing override, make sure it moves the tool head to the center of the bed before calling G28Z. Hey, there's Build It Basement. Nice haircut. How's it going? So it was going fine there, Kirby, but all of a sudden it started acting a little weird whenever I done bed mesh and calibrate. Otherwise, it does all kinds of nonsense. But yeah, so we got the optical sensor, the Opto tap, installed on it. It was acting just fine. We're doing homing and QGL and all that stuff. We've done a probe offset or probe accuracy, all that stuff. And then for some reason, whenever I went to do a bed mesh calibrate, it started acting all weird on me. So we're trying to get to the bottom of it. So I have a question for you there, Kerm. Do you have is your Z underscore offset commented out for your tap? That may be something that I've done on accident and didn't realize it. It's a little weird. And because I'm running camp and all that stuff, hey, there's Nuno. Can I do a QGL now? We could try it. Yeah, we can give it a shot. Let's go back, close this out. I didn't make any changes in here. It won't do a home right now. It's acting like the probe. See, look, it ain't doing nothing. It's moving the bed down like it says probe triggered prior to movement. So it's acting like the probe is triggered, but whenever we go in here and we actually look, you see the probe is open. And then query it, now it's triggered. Let it back down, open. Push it up, it's triggered. We're trying to heat up the chamber a little bit here. Get the doors closed. Let me check. There is no offset when you use tap. Gotcha. Yeah, it won't do a QGL now. It's kind of weird. It did one earlier, just fine. Yeah, it just acted like it just homed, and it didn't. Huh. Moved the build plate up, but it never made it to the tap. It's kind of weird. It's acting a little funny, guys. probe triggered prior to movement. It's not triggered. You still have a in stop listed for Z? No, I don't. So I'm wondering if, because I'm using the signal pin for the what would have been the Z in stop. That's how I use the old tap, is I actually put it on the Z in stop pin. I wonder if I should move that wire over to a different see PG10. I wonder if I should move it over to a different pin. Comment out the position underscore in stop. Where in the world is that at? Where are you seeing that at? Is that up there in the Z? Because I'm pretty sure that was commented out. Yeah, right there. See, it's already commented out. Get set up a virtual Z in stop. So in stop underscore pin probe Z underscore virtual in stop right here under stepper Z. Remember, with tap nozzles of probe, so your probe X offset, probe Y offset value should be 0 now. Z offset by using probe calibrate. I'm wondering if it's because I got it on the add in stop pin probe Z. Yeah, it's in there right here. Like I said, I just wonder if it's acting weird because I actually have it on that pin PG10 for the Octopus Pro. I've been PG10, and those are the actual pins that are used for in stops. Maybe I should have put it on a probe port, like where you would put the BL Touch or something like that. Move that signal wire over. A little weird. So for the Octopus Pro, like for the BL Touch, it shows using, I think it's hard to make out these pins. You got PB7 and PB8, I think. Or actually, we got one down here, J40. It says probe PC5. Maybe I should move that over. Sometimes things get wacky and then work after restarting the MCU. You try rebooting first before I change things. Okay. The pin shouldn't matter unless you still have the data for the old pin in your config. I mean, it's pretty much set up about the same. It wasn't put on a yeah, they're 2209 drivers. Yep. So we need to restart the MCU maybe. We just reboot the whole host control or the microcontroller. You know, which one are we talking about? Firmware restart. Safe Z home adjusted. That's a good question. Maybe not. It really started acting weird whenever I started heating it up. I'm trying to get it up to temperature to do all these things. Turn up big. Let's see, Control 5. Was that safe _ Z home? Temp shift matter. Yeah, I wouldn't think it would either. So right there's safe Z home. It was working. Then I set the nozzle offset, then it started heating, and then it's acting weird. Yeah, it was working. Seems there's some mention of conflict and bending a pin if not using sensorless. Make sure it's set to the center of my bed. For the Z positions right here. Huh. Yeah, home XY position. 125, 125. 250 millimeter bed. And homing _ override, if you have it, should also be set to the center. I'm not even really sure where that homing override is. Let's look for it. Both safe Z homing and homing override should be pointed to the center of my bed. Maybe that's the conflict. You thinking? I don't even see a homing override. There's safe Z home. Well, where in the world would that be at? Because it's not in here. There's a list of instructions on the Voron get, tap, get, clipper instructions. Yeah, I've been pretty sure I followed that. It says if you use Safe Z Home, change the location to the center of the bed. If you have a homing override, make sure that it moves the tool head to the center of the bed before calling G28Z. That seems to be where it's having the problem. It's weird how it worked before, but then all of a sudden it's not working. So would you put that homing override where the Safe Z home was. Yeah, right here. Put that in about the same position. I may not have an override. No, I don't. It's not in here. Yeah, those values are 0. Add taps, activate G code. We got that. I mean, that's the config. It's the assembly details. We done assembled it. If you don't have it, you shouldn't add it. Keep your Safe Z on. Gotcha. All right. Yeah. A little weird. So what was you saying, Jack Black? It's not really throwing an error. That's what's weird. Seems there's some mention of conflict and bending a pin if not using sensorless. Huh. What is the printer saying? It is triggered and exactly when. So whenever I do the home, let's do this. I didn't change nothing, so I'll close that out. So it's saying that the probe is triggered whenever you do the home, but it's not. See, it says probe triggered prior to movement. Probe's open, query probe. See where I done that? So let's home all. Bed tries to come up and then it just stops. It acts like, see, no trigger on Z after full movement. Huh. Depending on manufacturer, Mello has a switch underside. Hey, we'll see you later, Nick. Appreciate you hanging out with me for a little bit. We'll get her sorted out, I'm sure. This thing's just kind of all over the place right now. No trigger on Z after full movement. It's because it ain't even made it nowhere near it. Whoops. Somebody closed out the... Oh, great. Have this under stepper Z in-stop pin. Yeah, I do have that under there. Yeah, that's under stepper Z. Right there, in-stop pin, probe. Open door, move manually. Yeah, we done that too, Collie. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Does it attempt to move towards the bed at all? Yeah, it does. I mean, sometimes, and it's weird how it just started doing that. Very weird. Here, I'll close this out. And you see, right here's my end stops. All right, so I'm gonna push up on it, trigger the tap. I can see the light turn blue. And I'm gonna query it, it's saying it's triggered. Let it back down. Now it's saying it's open. Query it again, still open. See if light on the back works. Yeah, it's working. I'm seeing I can see it, the reflection on the cable chain, so it's red now. I can see it turning blue. Red, blue, red, blue. As soon as I pick up on it, it turns blue. And it was working just fine a minute ago. That's what's weird. what it is telling me is, hey, I tried to move to tap the bed, but it didn't tap it. I don't want to go closer. Well, why is it telling me that? Build a basement? That makes no sense, because it was doing a good job earlier. It just decided it didn't want to do it no more. Doesn't make much sense. Okay, at least that's working. Yeah, it's working. D28 X and Y. Okay. No problem. All right, and Y. What is the 2209 manufacturer? And you will go look. It's Big Tree Tech, Jack Black, and G28Z. They moved the bed down and up and down. That's weird. It just keeps moving the bed further and further down. Huh. Moved out of range. So that's me trying to just bring the bed up towards the probe myself, and it's saying it's moving out of range, 125. Z seems to be inverted. Well, how did that happen? I didn't change it. That makes no sense. You're talking about like on the direction pin. I didn't change none of this stuff, right? Bed is reversed. How did that happen? That is very confusing. I didn't realize you guys were y'all aren't on this screen right here. Let's see. Each time I home extra wide, it moved down. It usually does move down just a little bit before it tries to move up. Homing positive direction, homing speed, and this is stepper Y, stepper Z. Should move down some to make sure it's safe, then go back to do the tap. That's so weird. Do you want to save your changes made to the printer.config? I don't remember making any changes to it. Huh. File contains no section headers. So now it's really doing some weird stuff. Well, it's getting a good heat soak right now for sure. All right, I'm kind of losing out on the chat here. Z keeps going down. Z seems to be inverted each time you home X or Y. It moved down. Call it exactly. It should have moved down. Make sure it's safe. And go back to the tap. It moved down when home X, and then moved down again on Y. Is that right on Trident? Sorry. Yours is a 2.4. It usually would move down. Let's do it. We'll do it again. It's home X. Yeah, it moves down a little bit. And we'll home Y. Move down even more. All right. So whenever I try to home Z, it moved down again. And then it's coming up. It's looking for, and it acted like it triggered. It acted like it triggered the probe when it didn't. That's what's weird. And when I try to bring it up, let's go plus 25. It goes backwards. We'll go negative 25. And it won't go no further. It says out of range. Moved out of range. That's kind of weird. All right, let's see what you got going on here. Build a basement. You can go make the family some dinner. You're close. Watch close to what the printer does, and I think you'll get it. The fact that the printer is moving away from the tap, and then it errors, tells me it's expected to hit the bed, but doesn't. Could manually depress the tap during the process, but I wouldn't. Maybe you did some point through things out of whack. You'll be back later. Should move back up after the moves. Z says 10. What in the heck did I do to the damn blame thing? Yeah, I see. I see what you're saying there. What's crazy though is I didn't change nothing in this printer.config. I didn't change nothing. The only thing that I changed was the speed and the samples tolerances. That's it. Or I thought that was it. See positions. Yeah, it keeps moving the. I don't know where to move the bed to. It's acting like it's doing a probe, but the probe accuracy is moving the bed all over the place. Have I rebooted it? Yeah, we've rebooted it a couple times. Probe accuracy results in maximum. That's so weird. Why is it doing that? All right, so it started acting weird. Let's go. Here's where it started acting weird. I was down here, and I'll show you what I changed, and then it started acting up. Speed was 5. The sample retraction distance was 2, and the sample's tolerance I had 0.1. Those were the only things that I changed. Use a in-stop pin for better effect. Diagonal pin function is a bit squirrely on the 22 out of 9 and can only be used as an output. PDF won't copy for you. For the diagonal 7 port, it needs BAT 85 diode. Change to PG15 if probe is no. So you think because it's on that diode, you think that might be throwing it off a little bit there, Jack Black? Because I have that on that. I need to get rid of that diode. Diagonal port. For the probe port will not work with the diode. May need pull-up resistor from signal to 24 volts. Getting late there, Collie. Well, if you got to run, you got to run, buddy. Yeah, so that's what I actually have. Yeah, I have that signal pin running through that diode, that BAT 85 diode. I wonder if that's throwing it off. Diagonal. Yeah. This is PG15 if the probe is normally open. Select probe port by type for probe port. Not work with diode. May need pull-up resistor from signal to 24 volts. Might bend it. Test and see. You have a 2130. I'm not even sure what that is, Jack Black. Ask me if I got a 2130. Yeah. I'm not even sure what that is. Shoot. I'm thinking that's the problem right there. It's that diode. It doesn't need to be on that diode. No diode on yours. It could be that. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, yeah, it worked fine in the start. TMC 2130. No, I got the 2209 stepper drivers, Jack Black. Mine, the stepper drivers that are in this, on this board right here, the Octopus Pro, they are the Big Tree Tech. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're TMC 2209s. Yep. And like I said, I'm almost thinking I probably ought to move this over to, I don't think it needs that diode in there. I think that's what's throwing it off. It actually has a separate connector for a probe. PC5. Might ought to move it off that pin that I got it on. The driver on Z. Yeah, the 2130 doesn't have this problem. So you're trying to figure out what you're getting at, Jack Black. Is it an issue that's got to do with the actual stepper drivers with this particular optical sensor or something like that? That throw me off. Grab the PDF and you'll see the in-stop issue. Okay. Gotcha. Yep, gotcha. Hey, give me 1 second. Alright, so grab the PDF and you'll see the in-stop issue. It's in red. I'm not sure what PDF you're talking about, Jack Black. Is that for the Voron tap? Instructions manual. Okay. I'm not sure what I'm missing here. Wait a minute. The V1 board attempts to vision history. V2 updated release to limit overcurrent and damp inrush current voltage spike on hot plugging. Added reverse polarity protection diode, increased size of indicator, coil, dark mode solder jumper to allow for turning off indicator. Inductor choice. Tested the version of this PCB with inductors. Yeah, I'm lost. See the manual PDF. That's what I'm sitting here looking at. I don't see nothing in red at all. For the red text, that's what I'm looking for. I mean, is this you're talking about for the tap, right? Is that what I'm looking for? Because I'm not seeing any red text except for a photograph for indicator LED placement. Like, what am I missing, Jack Black? Voron tap, Opto tap. I don't see anything in red. Problem solving. Oh, I got you. Accuracy across the envelope. Mod so I can paste the link. Managing moderator. Block word chat modes a standard and can review or remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. Alright, Jack Black. How about that? Let's go on and do we need to do build it basement as 1 or 2. Alright, you should be a mod now. I think I've done that pretty easy. Instructions, update, tap clipper. I mean, I'm all over this stuff. I don't see anything. I'm missing. Big time. I don't even see problem solving. Oh, you're looking. See, I'm looking in the tab, and you're in the big Tree Tech GitHub. See, I was all in the wrong place. You didn't see what I was looking at. And you think that has to do with Alright, so firmware, Opto Pro, proximity switcher supported on Probe, multiplexed with BL Touch, and separate PC5 is used for this port. So I just need to switch the pin, really, pretty much, right? For NPN type of proximity switch. More than likely. Alright, diagonal, I see 11. Diagnostic install guard output, high level upon install detection or driver error, reset error condition. If you use the TMC 2209, but needn't use the diagonal function, you have to cut the diagonal pin on the TMC 2209 driver. Otherwise, the limit switch function will not work properly. Huh. Cut a pin. You can encounter other problems by using, please contact us. So they're telling me I got to. You have to cut the diagonal pin. That doesn't make much sense to me. So I got to do it the project, right? Huh. No. Just bend it away and retest. Yeah, but you're talking about bending away like for the Z stepper drivers, like, cause there's 3 of them. Yeah, there's like 3 Z stepper drivers for that. Doesn't make sense. It worked fine before, and now all of a sudden it's acting weird. Like whenever I first hooked it up, it did fine. Hey guys, the wife's gonna step out for a minute. Be right back. Okay, when WWND find another user of TAP on 2209, compare their config. Yeah, that'd probably be the best thing to do. What do you think? You spin it away, yes, go. I think we set this up using Aaron's. The UnTap. We used Aaron's config for the LEDs. That's what we used for the LEDs. We'll compare and contrast though for sure. I'll see if I can find a config somewhere maybe. Let's try that. I like that idea. I like the idea of bending pins. I mean, especially whenever it was working just fine before. Wow, I thought we'd been printing ASA by now. No? Let me do this real quick. I think it has some limitation on SPI or something. Is that what it is? And whenever I select like -25, bring the bed up, it stops right there and it's saying it's moved out of range. That's so weird. So you think that's what that pin has to do with it? It's jet black. I'm sure that the printer's heated up pretty good. It's weird how it was working just fine before though. Right now it's saying the Z is at 0.374, and it's like it's probably a good, just guesstimate, just eyeballing, 100 millimeters away from the probe. Is the tap on SPI? No. So the that's what I was saying. Like the signal pin, I actually left it on the pin on the board where it was for the UnTap version, which is an in-stock pin, I guess you could say. I didn't put it on the actual probe pin, and maybe that's what I should do. I mean, I wasn't sure if that was going to affect it or not. I tried it. All I got to do is just unhook it and probably move it over, and then change it into printer.config. I might ought to just do that. Try that. just to see. I think it's trying to pass two signals on the same bus at the same time. Yeah. So yeah, like right now it's on PG10, which was a Z in-stock position pin. Is pretty much what this try the probe port. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to move the pin over to or move the wiring over, which shouldn't be too hard. I'll move it over to the probe port, and it'll be on PC5. I'm gonna cool it down before that sucks. We'll let it do a cool down. I'll move it over to that pin and see if that makes any difference. And change it in the printer.config. It's gonna take her a little bit to cool down. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird how it was just working just fine to start with, though, and then all of a sudden it started acting real weird. Change the port pin in the config, yeah. Yep. Probe port, NPN, and PMP proximity switch types can be set by jumper pin PC5. Yeah. Yep, that's the pin I'm going to put it on. And there's a jumper for that. But it's not really using a proximity switch. We'll try it out. Probably ain't gonna be able to go too much longer, fellas, because we'll be having dinner pretty soon. The wife's going to pick up the stepson from work. Let him drive a little bit. He's got his learner's permit, so she'll probably let him drive around for a little bit, and then bring him on back home. And we're gonna sit down and have a little dinner. We'll try to get this thing cooled down now. We'll see if we can't switch that pin or that wiring over. I was hoping I wouldn't have to get underneath the printer and do anything like that. I'm gonna try that out. Move the wiring over and just see. See if that makes any changes. Where am I getting 24 volts from? So that's off the toolhead PCB. There's 24 volts running up to the toolhead PCB, and I'm pretty sure I'm pulling it right off the power supply. Might be wrong, but I'm thinking it's coming off the power supply and the earth. You talk about the earth and ground, or the protective earth, or what do they call it? It was fine until I heated it. Yeah, it was. It was fine until I heated it up. Well, it was fine until I heated it and try home now with no heat. Okay. Picking up what you're putting down there a little bit there, Collie. So there's no heat on it. Home all. Bed always moves down just a little bit on the home. Now it's moving. Yep, now it's coming up. Huh. You guys seen it? It did it. It did it without the heat. So you think it's the power? As the hot end is calling for heat. Gotcha. So looks like I probably need to power the probe off of something other than the tool head PCB, huh? Yeah, it's actually working now. So it's the 24 volt or the ground as it's working now. Well, let's have a look. I wonder if I'm just pulling too much power for the 24 volts on that tool head PCB. Maybe I should bump it back to make it 5 volts or something. Switch it over. No expert, but I say it's 24 volts. Yeah, I'd definitely say it's you're pretty dang close, because I mean, let's do this again. We're gonna heat the extruder back up. 150. So the extruder's heating up to 150. Let's do a home off. Yeah, see, it's not doing it now. No trigger on Z after full movement. It's pull it back down. So there's no power going to the extruder. Home all. Homes perfectly. I'd say you're right, Collie. So it looks like to me I need to find another power source for the probe, other than where I'm actually getting it from right now. So that's weird. I'm wondering if that diode has anything to do with it that's on that toolhead PCB. You know. Yep. That BAT 85 diode. That's so weird. Very weird. Is it a dual? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Collie. Is it a dual what? I can show you the power, the PC or the toolhead PCB that I'm using. This thing's gonna get on my nerves, and I'm just gonna straight wire it. What I'm gonna do, but let's see. The toolhead PCB. Oops. Let's go here. E. Yep, right here we go. And I've changed my scene right here for you. So right here is this is the toolhead PCB that I have on this on this printer right here in particular. Yeah, it's Opto tap. Yep. And I run it into the probe port. I run it into the probe port right here, 24 volt probe. So it is going through this BAT 85 diode. I just wonder if that has anything to do with it. What if I just got rid of that diode, put a straight wire right there? That would allow the juice to go really get to it. It's not affecting it too bad until the hot end starts really pulling the power. Or is it something else? But yeah, it's Opto tap. So pretty much what I have this PCB, and let's just go in here and let's pull up the let's just go. Where is it at? Right here we go. Opto. Yeah, it's this version right here of the tab. I actually got mine from DFH, but it's the same thing. It's the same board right here. Oh, is it dual voltage? Yeah, I can use 5 volts. I can switch it over to 5 volts. I have to take it all back apart. I'll have to let's see. Let's go. I'm gonna scroll on down here so you can see. I'll have to, there's like a little trace in here. I'll have to cut that trace. But because I was so sure that I was going to be running 24 volts, that I also put a little solder blob across this just to make sure it was getting a really good connection. So I'll probably have to remove the solder blob and then cut the trace and then solder jumper right here. 5 volts and then run 5 volts to it. It'll run either or. Yeah, so you use 5 volts. Yep. So that means I'm gonna have to tear it all back apart. And that's something I'm not gonna do today. Not today. I would have thought I would have had it running. Yeah, I believe that might be what I have to do. Either that, or I can pull the on the Octopus Pro. I can pull 24. I can pull 24 volts from. I can just run one wire up. Is all I really need to do. At least you found out. Yeah, that was a good call on your part. Telling me, yep, logic is either 3.3 or 5 volts. Yeah. Yep. Well, we'll cool her down, and I'm gonna shut her down, and we'll go from there. So it's already down to about 67°C on the heater bed. So now that it's cooling down, it's just probably gonna be all over the place. What was that bed? That's what the command that I punched in. Bed underscore mesh. This is what I punched in whenever it started acting silly. Well, it's going to do it now. So it's going to create me a bed mesh, huh? They didn't want to do that a while ago. Yep, the logic. Yep, that's what it was, Jack Black. Well, we know what the problem is now. Yeah, I knew it couldn't have been nothing in the printer.config because I didn't really change anything. That's what was messing with me. But I can really see it moving the tool head up now, and it wasn't moving it like that with this old. This was the old setup right here. Yeah, it was that UnTap deal with this. Yeah, that didn't work too well. Oh well. I think it's going to be better once I get it dialed in. I don't know if I want to switch the voltage over to 5 volts or not. I'd like to leave it 24. The actual Pro port that's on the board, it says DC ground and PC 5, and I think that's what I'm going to move everything over to. I may just run some extra wires on up to the tool head from the board. I'll do that off stream, and that way it seems like it's working fine with the 24 volts. And as far as the Voron team says, it hasn't burned anybody's house down yet. So, but I can see it working just fine. It wasn't moving up like that, nowhere near as much. And let's look at that. So there's my bed height map. It's cooling down right now. Wait a minute. So it just did a little bed mesh. There's the height map. guess that's okay. Do what's best for me. Let us know how you get on. Yeah, buddy, we'll do it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Like I said, I'm just well, this is cooling down now. I do have a place where I could pull 5 volts out. There's 5 volts coming up to it, up to the board. I mean, I might could just move a wire over real easy. I don't know. I'll figure it out. That looks great. Yeah, I mean the bed. The first time we done a bed mesh, it looked really good. Oh well, fellas. I think I'm gonna call this stream because I believe the wife and the boys gonna be getting home real soon. I was really looking forward to printing the poor boy cube here that Woody created for us. If you guys are interested in it, I'll see if I can maybe post the STL or something like that. You guys could maybe try it out. This is the poor boy calibration cube. Woody created that for us. It's good to see it too. Yep, Woody created that for us here at the Poor Boy channel. Let's see. And I printed it up on the new Enderwire little calibration cube. Got a little drone on it. So logic is saying the 24 is going up and down on the pin I'm using. Is that what that's what it's telling me? Pretty much. I'm a little new to this, Collie. I ain't no expert at all. Oh Lord, 12:20 a.m. Yeah. But guys, I'm about to wrap it up. I appreciate y'all hanging in here with me. It looks like we got a total of 8 right here at 6 a.m. start work. You as bad as I am, Collie. I'll be trying to stay up sometimes late at night and then get up and go to work. I'm usually up probably around 5:45, 5:30, sometimes 5 o'clock, staying up late. Yeah, you better get you some rest, man, if you're gonna do some work tomorrow. But I appreciate you guys being in here with me today. And we're probably gonna call this one. Hopefully, what I'll do is I'll get it fixed and up and running, and I'll probably just do a little short or something like that, and that way you guys can see it going. But I'm sure we've resolved the issues of the old tap system I had on here, because it would barely even move the tool head up whenever it was probing. So it looks like it's doing what it's supposed to do today. Jose, you've been hanging in here with us for a while. You have a good night, and Collie, get you some rest, buddy. Jack Black, I appreciate you trying to help me out. You guys are always a big help. Hope y'all have a good night. We'll talk to you later.